Well, hello. Getting everything sorted out here. Thought I was going to be late, but I made it in time. Okay, so good there. Over the weekend, or the week rather, realized I was overthinking a thing. Namely, the connection stuff. I don't need to get super fancy with this. I just needed to hide it when it wasn't. And just make this a button, right? And just set it to invisible at the start. So this now has this functionality, and you can still go and you can expand as many as you want, but we should actually test, and I don't see why this wouldn't work, but that's why we test, right? And then even if I collapse this, I should see two. We need to fix that. That's fine. So if I do this, I should see two changes, or three changes. Did I change three things? I got distracted there. Three changes applied. It is... Bet you it's this. We need to fix this up a little bit. We need to get this down there. Easy enough to do. We need to get this to be just a skosh smaller, or not smaller, but indented, so that it looks like it kind of folds out, right? And I probably want to put the delete button over here next to this one, I think. Maybe? Kind of like it down there when it's expanded, though. Well, we can play with it and see what looks better. And these are also awkwardly spaced out now. We did that earlier because everything was uniform, but now that that's changed, it looks a little jank. So, first and foremost, let's figure out why we believe that there are three changes. That's going to be in button bar. Get that, get that, get that. Okay. And it's because I believe that selected tile where did I have a... Ooh, I didn't do an update. Updated bool for selected tile. That's why it thinks that it's been changed. Before we didn't have this problem because selected tile would have been nil anytime we were changing. Okay. Anytime we're changing transits, connections, stuff like that. Okay, so do I want to... We need to do that in the form, right? Not that form, but the tile. Need to be in here. If we did that, then here we could say we've done this in the connection, I believe. Going to be in the widget. We register a on change. That's what it was. So we would need to up here where we build the tile. That's refresh, not select. Up here we would need to say, can do that. That's fine. And I want to pull this out, I think. Set that. That you will be this. This will be that. Let's also do pull this out. Just, it'll make it easier to read. Is what I mainly want. And then this will be that. This. Just didn't delete. Form header we can still set there. That's fine. This will move up here. That. But we need to do for readability, we'll put it after that so we can say, hey, and also because it'll be nil. And then up here in our buttons, button bar, when we apply, we select the title as not nil and that. And that should be all we need to fix that issue. So now, 0 changes. And if I come in here and say that, I need to fix this too. It gets broken somehow. 2 changes apply. Good. It's broken when I have unhidden a thing, and I suspect it's because it pushes the, yeah, it just pushes that over. Okay, that's fine. It's wonky though. I wonder why it does that. inspect, like obviously it's pushing that over, but why does this width dictate this width? That's weird. Let's do first and foremost. Get that up. Hmm. And then let's take a quick look at our button bar here. This goes into button container, which we hang off a frame. Edit bar. Frame gets set to parent frame, which is the whole shebang. We put this inside of there. We need to do that. Come back over here and, well, at least have a scroll bar now. Not, still not what we want, but you know. It's probably because my options here. Overflow. Default is overflow visible. Overflow auto to enable scroll bars. Need to know. Visible, hidden, auto, and scroll. So need to I liked hidden. So this is the parent frame. What if I sat? I guess I can move that over. Set it defaults to the ID, name of the node type, total number of children. Okay. So it's frame 2. Because of that, inside of frame 2, we have 0, which is the header. Makes sense. This guy, which is our form body, right? Or the container that all the forms get put into. And then this should be like, why does it we need to set this to, let's put that to hidden. 'cause it shouldn't overflow. It is this. This should be hidden on the X. Scroll on the Y. What if we just leave that default? In the world? Why would that change that? It still scoots that too. Form parent frame. If I do that, then I would get a right left scroll bar, right? Yeah. That fixes that. Okay, so. Don't know why it would be changing the parent if it was hidden, though. Hides the overflow and doesn't present scroll bars. Would need to it's hidden on the parent frame. Which makes sense. Form parent. Maybe this isn't. Maybe this isn't the correct way to call this. Here's my... This is in styles. I want... Turns that... Hmm. We need to... I suspect this is not valid. Maybe that's part of my problem. We leave that at scroll. Everything's kosher. So I guess we're going to do that. I suspect that's probably a bug, but they have enough to do. We're going to leave them alone. We're just going to do that and be fine for now. Okay. Fine for now. Okay, so we need to fix up the... We need to figure out what we want to do with and then fix up the whatchamacallit. Actually, another question I had for myself was... You make this bigger. Yeah, it looks like it does resize those. So, if you're full screened, things get better. If you're mucking about in a window, then you're going to have to just tweak and adjust, right? Okay, let's fix up the selected tile stuff so that, for one, it doesn't display the skill checks beside. And actually, we'll check, do we have both showing up or just one? Spot DC. We don't see, oh, never mind, there it is, use DC. Yeah. Okay. That's easy enough to do. We did a, this is tile, not connection. We've handled that. We're good there. It is this. We have an expander button now. Form container. This goes into transit container. Form container we need to do. And then if we have that there, I don't think we actually need this here. And that would put that there. Oh, nope. And we fixed that, but this is not kosher, but it has given me an idea. What if we take this out of here and instead put it here? If it's invisible, it can be a row style, and if it's not, then it is a column style. But this, ooh, crap. If I was to do that, I would need to do... Would this work? I need to put this inside of there though, right? Because we need both. We'll give that a better name here in a second once we know it works. Well, that breaks stuff. That's what that does. I have to click twice now. Okay. I'm not surprised. That was pretty jank. Put that back. Put you back to column. If that's column, we get the baseline of what we want, right? Which is that. All in a row. Fantastic. This gets tabbed over though. Not in love with that. And it's because it's okay, yeah. It's because it's a button. But we've been down this road before and it's driven us mad, but I'm wondering if... Well, no, because that would then... Oh, no, it would stay the same. All right, I drugged that off before I got an idea. So that box stays the same size because we're resizing parent. This box gets bigger, right? But inside of here, these don't. So, well, if we were to do that. Would that kind of get us like a free indent that was determined by relative sizes of everything? I wonder. Nope. Not you. You. Column display flex. Innerbox fill margin. Where would I... be here, if anything. Flex column. Gap is that. Object fit. Seems like there should be an easier way to do this. And I don't think it's items either, but just in case. Yeah, no difference. While I'm here, event center all, because this text is off center and the button, it's driving me slightly insane. And that didn't work. Why would you do this to me? Wonder if we need to just do, oops, that all in one if it fixes that issue, because I don't see that issue other places we have buttons, action buttons, and be these, right? Yeah, still. Huh. Well, we'll put that back because I liked it more for readability. Let's see what this has to say. That position was filled. Okay, sure. Whatever. Why'd you post it then? Okay, so this is doing nothing for us. We know that. Oh, I wonder if it's because we have to style the form itself because it has elements inside of it. Maybe it's overriding things, right? Yeah, that was our problem before too, but well, no, because before we were trying to get the buttons moved, so I don't know anymore. Forget exactly what I was having troubles with. Okay, so this form, so we would need, if this is true, then we want a styler off of this. Oh my gosh. Um, we would then have to do that, and I don't know if this will do anything for me at all, but we'll find out. Oh yeah, yeah, it did. Okay, I do. I do like that a little bit more, but I want this to be slightly wider. I would need this to be, let's say, 80% of the width, and just for funsies, 0 on that, which should be default, I believe. Then I would have 2. Okay. That's not bad. Except for I think it's broken my... Just for fun, do that. Yeah, it breaks. Okay, interesting. Can't be an order of operation thing, could it? Yeah, no. Okay. That's not terrible. But fix those guys too. I just wish this was just a little bit more. Hmm. Okay, so what if we did this instead? Again, we'll do 80 here. We'll do this at 0, which should be default. Set the min and the max so that it is a fixed size. And then we'll do margin left set that. Except for we need to do this. No. What in the world? Ah. This. If we did that, would it give us a better result? Yes, kind of. Except for very confused as to why that didn't work. Not zero this one. Um, Stray thought about buttons there and what makes sense for this now that everything's in the one. Hey, Pluck, you did pass the test. Now we're time for productive out of work activities. Awesome. Fantastic. Glad to see you again. I was just thinking about you today and how I hadn't seen you, and I was like, oh, I bet you he's busy with his test, and I need to ask him about it the next time I see him. And here you are with an update like you read my mind. Very happy to hear that for you. Let's see here. And then the form. Oh, you have another frame in you. Why do you have another frame? It's significant progress on my project as well. Yeah, it's starting to get closer to what I want. Why? Where do you come from? Oh, you are the UI freaking out. Yes, that makes sense. I wonder if that's also why things are wonky. Let's code why you know work. How did it ever work? Right? This inspector is sometimes a little bit glitchy. I was very, very confused briefly. If I can get it to do it again. Yeah, it's just it displays that over there like it's another frame when you had it selected. If I scroll, it goes away. Oh, Cogent. I like so many of the things you do, and other times I'm just like, bruh. Let's see. I don't think we need that, which makes sense. Why would I, right? Let's temporarily say well, no, I don't want to do that. I have to do just for a test. I'm going to put this in here, but this is, we'll have to find a different way to do this if this works. We're just going to put you bloop right in there for a second. It's still wonky. Take a quick look. What if we did this and just give it a little wiggle room? I know it's still. Okay. So, what if instead of this, we just say, you know what? Grow to fill it. You get a less margin of 20% of the parent width just to give you a little bump in. And this is exactly why this needs to be fixed if this works. Because doing this both places is silliness. That. And no. That is super bizarre. Sure, it's something I'm doing silly, but why would you not? Wait, hang on. I'm in form 0. Style. Why would you be in row? You should be in column. Skill DC is for sure. Oh, did I comment it out? No. It's because you. It's set here. Not displays direction. And I wonder. Didn't really seem to do much, but let's take that back out. Let's do... Really happy with the... Wait a minute. Oh. Been changing the wrong one. Well, the right one, but the wrong one that was for what I was looking at. These back out. This back in. Really happy with the width on these. But... Okay, what if we did this? What if we do... Oh, I'm not padding. Alright, maybe. Oops, not 120 though, for sure. What if we padded it at the parent level instead? Ah, closer. This is still squooshes it a little bit. Padding left 20. You don't think you have any padding anywhere else. But might just be okay. We would just then need to... There is a way to set all the children's pad, or styler, which we'll probably look at here in a second, but I think this is more promising at least. Try to give that a little wiggle. Yeah, I think I like that. This gets wonky when we stretch it too, but that's fine. We'll do quick fix of that. What we want to do there is come up to our DC. We're going to take this all out for right now. See where that gets us because we scooched over via the padding. Okay. Versus that. Let's just double check. It looks roughly like that. Or okay. It's even better. I like it more. We just let it do its thing. And less code. Less code, better code. Let's clean up all this tisty fiddly stuff. Make sure. So let's give that just a little bump over. Okay. That looks very nicely nested. I want to put a icon on this button too that changes. That's, you know, like a little arrow or a down arrow. But for now, I'm way happier with that, to the point where I actually want to do it over here too, or up here too. Give that a little bit of, because everything else is bumped over a little bit now. So what I want, I think, let's make extra sure here. Yeah, we deleted it to do. Okay, yeah. That, I think. There's two things I'm not totally happy with. This is also a little bit wonked now. But that's fine. I think we can fix that relatively easily. I also wonder if we can just justify it now that the structure of the frames have been moved around. But let's do a quick. Do that. And then we'll come in here. The tile here. This goes to form parent. If we did this, that, we would need this is the wonky backwards way. There we go. And then we could put you inside of that. And if we spell it correctly, it'll even work. Probably. And then Okay, that's probably a little too much padding, but that just wiggle, or am I losing my mind? A little bit, but it's probably okay. We'll see if it still happens when I do... Did I do a, selected... Right, the widget. Set you to 10. That doesn't really matter because it's the button is what it's visually aligned with. We'll try 10 here too. And see if that lines up more or less. Kinda. Better. I like that more. I think that weird little wiggle is gone too. Mostly gone. It's almost like the... It's weird, but okay. I do want that to be a little less... Doesn't need to line up perfectly, I just want it to look somewhat coherent. Yes. I like that, I think. And the wiggle gone now. Okay, fantastic. Let's get that. Let's just do this as a quick commit. Then we can come in here and go back to revisit our button. For the deletes, and that all lives inside of this, which makes sense. Delete button, styler. Wait. We need to do that up there. For better organization. Do that. That. Wait, where aren't you? That, and then I can do content and then you go inside of delete button container. I believe I walked this path and it led me to insanity before, but we're gonna see. Well, it certainly didn't. And that's because, right. In order for this to make sense, this actually needs to go into the form container, not the transit container, because that's the whole thing. This is the form portion of it. It doesn't justify over. Really doesn't want to go all the way. Okay. So I could do... Get rid of that. This also puts it so it's hiding inside, so I probably don't want to do that. We'll put you back in the transit container. And then in the styler down here where we set, space these out a little bit for visibility. Not padding, but in this case, but margin. If I just say, hey, 80 of the parent width, will that just shove you over? Yeah, it shows you way over there. Okay. Because, oh, right. Because your parent is, just change your parent to the form container, which is, or the transit container rather, which probably has something set on it to grow. Yeah. That makes a degree of sense. So I would need to either do this again inside of the form container, and then I would need to do, I can't hide the form because, just see what this gets me alignment wise. Yeah, that still shows it way over. Okay, so either does it make sense to have the transit container grow? Don't know that it does anymore. It should automatically grow to accommodate its children, right? Theoretically. Then fix that up and then go do this. Then And that's still, it's automatically going to grow. And then that's weird. But if we don't need that, then we don't need it. And let's get that out of there. Uh-oh. Apparently my stream must have dropped off. See what's up here. Oh, yep. Restarted. Okay. That's cool. OBS says it only has dropped 0.1% of frames. 14 in the hour and 17 minutes I've been going. So that must be a restream issue. Does YouTube still think it's going? Don't think it shows me any. No, hour 18. Okay, yeah. So only Twitch has had an issue. Let's refresh this for fun. All right, well, sorry about that. Fortunately, Twitch's new VOD expiration where it automatically cleans them up is just going to take care of that for me. They'll age out and they'll go away and be fine. No worries. Okay. So, where was I? We would need to do something else if we want to make this work. Because that doesn't grow anymore. I think I'm just going to leave it, but I want to give it, I'm just going to leave it on the left-hand side, but I'm going to give it, I don't think I can give this padding. If I was to give that, I think it's going to smear the button in this case because padding, it should be the contents, right? Unless I am very, very mistaken. Yeah. But if I give it a margin, does it become unhappy? Not really. But the problem is, oh, okay, maybe that's fine. This probably needs to be a little less, but I don't like that though. Wait, did that just completely change? Yeah. Yeah, that, ugh. Yeah. All right, so because this resizes the width of the parent now, which is fine. But if we did 4EM instead, which would be font size, so that should be like a tab, right? Maybe that's the more sane way. And then closer. Look. I really just feel like it would be better. It would look better if it was on the right hand side. All right. It's been an hour and a half, so I'm going to take a quick break while I think about this. I'm going to stand up, stretch out. I'll be right back. All right, so don't really want to have divs on divs on divs, right? Or frames on frames on frames in this case. But we have a container. Just run this. I don't know why you just suddenly decided to be full screen on everything. So if we open one and we embiggen that, why? Oh, because I did that before I expanded, maybe? Probably. Okay, so we need to do that. We need to close that and reopen it. Holy crap. Why have you suddenly decided to be full screen always forever? I don't know. Sidetracked from my mission. Go. So this is a frame. That makes sense. Inside it, we had the button, which hides and displays this form. It says frame, but it's actually the form that returns a frame because everything's a frame, right? That's the base widget. And then this guy. I lied. This is not actually the form. This is the container we have to have because we have 3 forms. And this is like this because we needed to build our own form essentially for this. Okay. I also don't love the... Oh, that's really unfortunate. We'll have to look at that later. Right now, I closed it. I shouldn't have. Let's reinspect. I didn't close, but I folded it. If we went one level deeper, we could have our overall frame that everything goes into that gets stacked up. And then we would have the frame for everything that's hidden or displayed, which would be fine, I guess. We would then need another. Well, that's actually what we have already. Oh, I see. We would need to have this be But if we're going to do that, then we should just prove that it actually will work by putting the delete button temporarily for testy purposes back into not transit container, but form container. Form container. And then let's get rid of this. And then we would want to instead do not a line. Can I justify myself within my parent, maybe? Okay, let's see. Just for fun. No, it doesn't. Inspect. That is really obnoxious. See here. It does say that it has the style. It's just not. I wonder if I need to make this a grid for that to work. Here's my form container. This display. Grid. I wonder if it's because I keep doing that. Okay. Well, kind of. Not sure why that is. Column. If I did that, then I would say one columns, perhaps. Okay, okay. And then that would allow me to also do perhaps instead of that. And content is um that because we're now in the side of that smaller container frame. Nope. Um because this is the I don't think items will do it either. Because this is the bigger wrapper or the parent wrapper. Right. Wait a second. So that okay. Because inspector back open here. Because we put it here, it justified all. Okay, yes. All of this should be justified to the end. But we still need the padding because each of these guys gets a space within there, right? So the padding sets that entire space over, I think. And then within that space, we tell them, hey, I also want you to justify yourselves over to the end. So this should be... Yeah, okay. It's a little bit wonky, but I think we can fix that up. I like it a lot better, though. That's for sure. And then if we do... Take this out of here. We shouldn't need that at all. Let's give you just a tiny bit more of a bump over. Yes, okay. That gets that to a way better place. But we lose our delete here, which might be fine. Maybe we'll do something else with that. Like that a lot more. Second is that. Things moved. On the redraw. And they redraw when I collapse it. Huh. Well, let's leave that for just a hot second. Because I want to what if we did this? One container, but also oh, wait, no, because the button now lives inside of the thing that gets hidden. We would need to do as a container holds everything within the parent. Form container holds the things that we hide, and so you need to do instead of form container, let's call you hidden form container. Or no, how about hideable elements, maybe? And then we'll do um that this all stays there, but this would need to have both of these. Like so. That, and then you would be down here in the button. You wouldn't be in hidden element wrapper. Be in the nested container. Will that preserve my layout but give me the ability to not hide the delete button. No. But that's because nested container. Oh, wait, no, it did have. Oh, hidden element wrapper needs to go inside of there. That's why. Okay. A little closer. We need to get. These all have to live up here now, too. No. Kind of. I need to tell you that you're a column as well. We don't need to worry about the grid, I don't think, though, for this. Ooh, we might, though. Okay, yes. This would need to live down here, though. Actually, we need to be in both places because... No. We would have to do... The hidden element wrapper. This is... in the individual elements aligns. This would be... content? Entire collection of items within any larger amount of space allocated to container. That should theoretically be the frame within the frame, right? Except for... This is definitely I'm getting further from where I want to be. What I should have done is committed where I was. That way I could have just backed it up easy, but that's fine. Go back to before we had nest container. I think here's where I was happiest so far. Okay. Aside from that weird little wiggle it does. So let's go ahead and yeah, right there. We'll do this. Can I perhaps on this toggle if I was to temporary, like we'll put this down here so that I have my buttons set up. And then on this toggle, I could say ah. Um we need to except for this is backwards. So if it is invisible, we set it to visible. And that's when it should live. Wait. I did have that right. That's when we'd want it to live inside of the farm container. Otherwise, we would want it to be um, the allergies are acting up. One sec. All right. I think I forgot to take my allergy medication, but I'm alive now. It's also been super dusty here lately. So I don't know if it's that, irritating things, or what. Anywho, so we would want to add a child also on the case where if this works the way I think it does, we set it to invisible, we would want to add this to the transit container. Oh, wait, yeah, I just did that. This is delete button. But we would need to can I just do that? Oh, maybe I can. Let's just see what that gets me. Hmm. Hmm. That gets me no buttons. I think I can actually get away with doing this too. Maybe. Hey, Jazz, your Friday just got better? Well, that's fantastic. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. How's your week been? That and don't think I actually need to set it to invisible if I run. Nice and yours. It's been all right. Um, been busy with a bunch of stuff, trying to get a job, all that. I had an interview today, but it's just for something I'm vastly overqualified for, but like it would get me back to work, so that would be good, right? I suspect that they're not interested because they'll look at it and go, well, this guy's not going to stay here. Well, yeah, nobody's going to stay. Nobody stays anymore. Doesn't matter that I'm overqualified for it. Whoever you hire is going to leave too. I think this gets run anyway. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe I do need to. You should use so much luck, hard times. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, it is. It's a bad time to be looking for a job. Unfortunately, because I was laid off, I didn't get to pick. I was kind of like low key looking before, just because it wasn't the best job, but like it paid the bills, right? So, and I was like, wow, it kind of sucks out here. I'm glad I have a job, and I felt like you're never safe, but I felt reasonably confident that I was okay because I was the only dev pushing production code to the new product. And then they decided to pull the whole plug. I hear now that they have hired my old boss contract because he can't find a job either. They let us all go. They have contracted him back on to teach the interns that they kept how to code with AI. So, good luck to you. They were also talking to him about getting him in also on contract temporarily, spending as little as possible to fix the problem that they fired all their devs, laid them all off, kept the interns, and suddenly code is of poor quality. Don't imagine how that could happen, right? And he told them he couldn't help them with that. People don't know the value of their employees until they're gone, right? I mean, it's the shortest term, most absurd thinking. They are pushing RTO, which pushes everybody out who wants to stay remote, right? Into the already oversaturated job market. People are looking, and they're counting on people leaving, but they don't account for the brain drain, right? It's part of why every time every time the market favors employees, they get on the news and nobody wants to work anymore. We can't hire qualified people. Now, lots of people want to work. Lots of people are qualified. You just don't know. A lot of companies change their CEO if things go wrong, but people are already laid off. Yeah, or they don't change the CEO because there's a guy, Ed Zitron. Find his. He's got a lot of interesting things to say about the rot economy, is what he calls it. And just chuck that into chat. Anybody who's curious. Um, the way he explains it is that we're stuck in the, or the way he, views it is that we're stuck in the number go up. Number must go up, which, forever, which obviously is just not realistic. And so their strategy is to, in the good times, number go up by spending money, getting VC, all that other stuff, and doing whatever they do, making products in search of a problem. But when things slow down, number go up because they fire everybody. They lay everybody off, expenses go down, the things stay the same or get worse because you overload your support structure. But numbers still go up. He also had if you're a podcast talk showy sort of fan, Adam Conover did an interview with him where they sat down for, I don't know, like an hour or 2 hours, something like that. It was a pretty long podcast, but and he kind of just explained it, his view of it, and he said a lot of things that made a lot of sense. A lot of it to do with the AI and nonsense and all that. Speaking of nonsense, it'd be funny if it wasn't so. Yeah, there's a lot of people now that are looking for work, and a lot of qualified people, and companies they're really not hiring. Not like they were. There's the Pragmatic Engineer newsletter. I read sometimes depending on what he's covering. And they looked at the Indeed job postings recently, and it was a 5-year low in number of developer roles being posted. And it's kind of just this perfect storm of, for a long time, everybody said, well, everybody just needs to learn to code, which wasn't ever, smart, I don't think. Like, that was never the correct response. Anybody, even today, anybody who wants to learn to code, I say should learn to code. Like, if you want to, then do it. But if you don't, then don't. Do something else. Do things you like to do. Find a way to make a living doing either things you like to do or you can deal with so that you can do things that you like to do, right? But so we've had that for a long time, which has kind of flooded the market. And then uncertainty in AI and big surprised Pikachu faces when everybody went back outside after the lockdowns ended and the number stopped going up for some reason. Number went up so long, I'm excited for the day AIs replace the CEOs. The hallucinations can't be any worse, right? Quit my job and was stunned. No one is hiring. Yeah. There are like 1 million junior devs which are not needed, but no one wants to pay a senior. Yeah. The other thing that it's been happening for a long time is nobody's hiring juniors. Like, they all want seniors, right? Which is also super short-sighted. Like, yes, you're going to take a hit in training a junior. They know college stuff, but they have no practical experience, and you're going to slow down a little bit. But that's investing in your future talent pool, right? And eventually, everybody's going to retire, and you're going to have no qualified coders because you wouldn't give them a job. I should run this. I don't think this is going to work. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I haven't changed anything materially since, because we got all sidetracked, which is completely, totally fine. Yeah, so no button happen. I suspect it's because it actually gets truly deleted when I do that, which, yeah, this is kind of a hacky, silly way to do it anyway. Maybe I just leave it. Actually, I didn't delete that. Yeah, there's no remove. Was it a recent quitting that you did, or is it? Have you secured employment since then? You'd need to. We would need to have like two buttons, I think, because we update the frame. It should take care of this if that was a valid approach. Don't think it is. We would need to. I bet. Oh, okay. I bet it's because being lent out by my company to other companies sounds like our customer. Oh, that's fantastic. That's good news. I'm glad that you were able to land somewhere. So like it was like a contract gig that converted. We would need to do. No, but yeah, okay, yeah. If not, you would not have a job now. Yeah, that's. I'm glad you're able to get something, get back on your feet there. This would not be that. That would be crap. I would need to do. Yeah, I can't do this. Yeah, the one I just did the screening interview today was it's a contract. It's just pulling boxes off shelves and imaging them, right? Not even code related, but it would get me to work, and I need to work. Keep afloat. That's my life strategy right now is to survive until the AI bubble explodes or implodes. Am I back in dev? Yes. Or what do I do? Back end mostly. Yeah. As evidenced by my flailing around in the dark here with this UI stuff, I'm not a UI guy. But my strategy is just to survive, right? To the Tropic Thunder, Robert Downey Jr. survive uh, until the AI bubble implodes and all of this nonsense bites everybody, and then go make a lot of money rewriting vibe coded garbage. uh, I don't want to do this, but I would have to, I think. So we can hang a styler off of this. We would then need to we could it just seems so silly to have two buttons that we toggle. But like where else, how else would you do that? If I can't move it, which I can't, obviously. I guess I could. We would do that. We do this. Do that. Wait, no, this is backwards. We do that, and then. But if we're gonna do that, then we have form delete button. Let's do up here. All of this we can save like that. Let's delete func, save that as a variable, and then we could come in here and just say, hey, on click, call that. Or register that. Have you thought about applying in the EU? Based on your accent, I guess you're from the US. Yes, I am. A lot of US colleagues in my first company. Kind of, but there's a number of things that would make that difficult, right? First, I'd have to get a visa sponsorship, I think, right? Which would probably be fine, but the pay situation would be difficult. They don't pay you guys as well over there. You guys get underpaid compared to us. but also it's very expensive to live here, right? Which is kind of part of that. And then there's exchange rates to go on. The current, and I don't do politics, right? So I don't want to kick off a political discussion, but the current political landscape is not friendly for that kind of thing. Um, and I believe, like, I would be cool to go visit and live in Europe and work in Europe for a while. That'd be cool. Uh, but it's my understanding that I would still get taxed as an American too. So like, it would just be really, really economically disadvantageous, I believe, for me to do that. And that's, I haven't done like a deep dive on it, but because a long time ago, like I don't know if you've been here when I talked about this, but I live in an RV, a caravan for UEU folks, right? And when I worked remote, I traveled around a lot, and I would work from the road, and I really enjoy it. Before I did that, when I was looking at this life, I started also looking at like just being a full-on digital nomad and like go all over the place, right? And that's so like that's a couple years old, halfway researched understanding of what it would mean for me to try to do something like that. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I really like it out here. I've been able to see just a ton of stuff, things that I haven't, you don't even really think about. Little things are what are kind of just the most, the coolest things to me. In Arizona, when it rains, it smells really, really unique. I've never encountered a smell like it. I think it's an oil that the bushes produce, but it's a really, really unique kind of ozony almost smell. But not quite. Uh, and that's not something anybody has ever mentioned, to me. The first time it happened, I have a friend who lives in Arizona. I was visiting him. First time it happened, I was like, "Why does it smell so weird?" And he's like, "That's just the desert. So that's what it does." um, I learned that all of the states are simultaneously nothing like you expect and exactly like you expect. Like, I went through southern New Mexico last year, and it was deserty and kind of empty and kind of windy. Exactly what you expect from TV and movies and whatever. Um, I came back through northern New Mexico, and it was pine forests and mountains and gorgeous and green, and everything was amazing. Still kind of windy though. Getting jealous over here? Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about doing this for a long time, and it wouldn't leave my head. It was the idea that kept coming back, so I finally decided to do it, and I'm really glad that I did. And unfortunately, I'll probably have to stop and park up someplace and get an in-office job. That's this gig I just interviewed for is in office or in warehouse, right? But the good thing about it is that, like, hey, if you got an opening someplace, as long as the weather doesn't suck, like I don't want to be in 20 degrees below zero Fahrenheit weather in Minnesota in the north in winter, But it sounds so cliche, but this kind of happiness is what life is about, right? It's all the little things. I really, really enjoy it. There was one day last year I woke up in the mountains, in the mountains of northern New Mexico, actually. In the foresty mountains, and I packed up and I jumped in the rig, and that afternoon I was driving past Desert Mesas, and I was like, this is just a wild thing that I do that I'm so glad I get to be able to out here, and like this is just a day to me, in this life where you see so many cool things. Okay. So we put that into a function. What we then need to do is we have the form delete button like so. And then we would have the folded delete button, let's say. This goes into the transit container. We just have to basically duplicate all of this. Or we could do, like we put this into a widget, but let's just, for the sake of testing, and then we would do we need to do a style, right? No. Yes. That. And then we would be able to can I do that? Do I even need? So when we show that, we hide that. This becomes visible. Or sorry, invisible. And then when it is collapsed, then not. Then we don't need this, that, or that. No. And that's because we also want this to be we want that to be invisible first and foremost. Oh, no, that's right. I just need to I don't need this to be set here because it hides the whole thing. Silly me. Okay. Yes, okay. It is a different button. So we just need to also say when we do this, we would still need to do we would still need to do this. And let's call you, instead of just visible, form visible. Can I? Right, we need to switch on this. Okay. We would then need to do this and say form visible. Oh, I need to put that. This. If it's visible, then the... And actually, I don't need to... I could just do an if here. If the form visible... Then it's a column. We do need to specify to reset it because this gets fired every on click. Doesn't do that though. I believe I have that flipped. Oh wait, it's because gets set to that. That puts the delete button next to it. Wow, scrolling over breaks things. Everything's broken. Oh gosh. And then on click. Okay, that does not. Go away, update notification. If the form is visible, then styles column. Otherwise, it's in a row. And this was set to the transit container, which should be the overall. No, yes, transit container. So if I can't change the direction, we do update the whole frame. And I bet you it's because it comes back through and relays this out when we do the update. So maybe I think that gets rid of too many things if I do that. So let's get rid of this. Put this all back to what it was. Get this out of there. I don't need that either. You can keep form delete button. But the world is going on here. Here's what we're gonna do. All of you back to last commit. And then, all right, we're back to that. So if we can't monkey around with that too much because it breaks everything. That's right. That went up top because that's where it belonged before we started testing things out. We could do this perhaps. No. What do I want to do about this? I got too many windows open. Let's go. Let's go back to the docs real quick and look at the button options. Perhaps there is a way. Widgets, button. Oop. Give it a menu. That's not what I want. Give it an icon. Also not what I want because... So why can't I... Was it because I was trying to call the buttons directly, I wonder? No, I couldn't get this to... Could... This is similar to what I was doing, but let's do another messy, hacky test here. So expander button goes into the form container. That's fine. No, I lied. Goes into transit container. What I could do is... Let's put this back before I get lost. I can do... Well, no, I can't. Because that... The form goes inside of there. Doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Okay. And then we do that. This. I deleted one too many commas there, or parens. Get that, and then we could do... There's a new button that goes into expander container. This should automatically be in row form. Just do that for a test. We'll have to pull this up into a function or something, but just for this. Oops, I don't want to delete or cut that. I want to copy it. We'll put it off of the expand or delete button so it looks the same. And then the here, form container, styler, and then we do I don't know if I need to. Let's try it. Let's say if it's invisible, then we set it to visible and the expander deletes button set state true, invisible, otherwise set state false for invisible. Will that play nice? We have a kind of a button. It's a little bit wonky, but it's fine. And then it hides. Okay. What we needed to do was do the icons here. To give that right now, nothing happens when you click it as expected, but let's also do in the container center everything inside of this so that everything lines up inside of it. Makes those nice and lined up. I probably want to make this a little smaller. Just so it doesn't look quite so. Ooh, that's too small. What was I? Is my selected tile font also? I should really make a constant for that will tie to a setting later. This is just running off of defaults for that. Okay. So whatever it was is whatever it is. Guess we can just bump that up a little bit. Yeah, that looks a little bit less out of place. We need to fix the hugified padding as well, but not sure if I like that though. There was It was under style. Not there. Thought it was. Had to do with laying out specifically of multiple buttons. Or maybe it was styles. Here we go. Yes. Closer. This looks familiar. Not quite. Ah, here it is. This is gap. Nope, not there. Layout. Let's center all. That's justify. It's align to the end. Overflow. Why did I? Am I losing it? Let me also double check this before I get too far ahead of myself. Okay, yeah, these frames are. Is this frame grows? And given the choice between having them all janky like that and something else, I think I might prefer something else. But I also don't want to try to push this over because then it'll, continue to all the way over there. I would have to do. I have to mess with things. Is there a There is a list, but it's not, it'd be more like a table. This is also not what I want. So I don't want these in there. And I don't think I can, yeah, display a slice of structs. Oh, you know what I can do? Could do, what if I were to do a grid? And then grid. But we need to be able to control this. Would need like an empty, this needs to go into column 1 always. Here is this, which is kind of janky, but might grid. It doesn't really help me. Legs. I would need to yeah. Mm-hmm. So if I was to do this, let's do a quick. Um, Could do a if this is grid, then this would go away. Probably want to get rid of this as well. And then we could say and then don't seem to have any way to interact with these. Just has columns. We do that. Column span. Okay, so we can do that. So we would do this would go on to transit again then. And then the deleter would go on to transit. That's 2. Form, however, oops. In here, to column span. So we could do that. What would that get me in terms of actual results? Oops. I want to do the update right now. Thank you. That would get me well, that ain't right. Where did you come from? Oh. Never mind. I know where you came from. Forgot to take you out, or comment you out temporarily for the sake of a test. Now, let's try that again. Okay, that does put things where I want them, and then, oop, yep, nope. This still needs, well, no. That should not be the case. It's because I didn't put you, no, you on transit container. Is it because, okay, what if, let's inspect before I get too carried away. What if it's because I've hidden that it no longer puts it into the grid. So that's an interesting thought too. if we do that, let's say not toggle that off. Then, oh, you know, I like that so much more. The problem is, this does not take into account that second column. Or is it because I need to do this? Items or content? Content. Justify all the things to the end. Oh, that might break when it gets bigger. It might be items. Or it might just ignore it completely. Column span. Wish I could see. Like, column span's obviously working because it to select first, it puts these in the next row, right? But I need to open it first. Frame 2. Doesn't justify within that 2 column span. What was the items? Distribution within the individual elements allocated space as a default for all items within a collection. And I don't think content specifies the distribution of the entire collection of items within any larger amount of space allocated to the container. But that would not do anything with that. And you... Wish I could... Oh, I can toggle override slider. I didn't do anything. Can I actually... Yeah, it claims to... Wait, did that just move? Oh, I just have to back out of the style first. Okay. That doesn't do anything for me. Which we know from testing. All of that makes sense because we've been there. But let's go back up to this level. Except I wouldn't do anything. Yeah, no. Didn't think so. Because it's a grid. I would need to try. Okay, let's take our this frame and double its padding just for fun. What would happen? You would kind of get pushed over, but you still don't actually take up 2. If we did it further, silly me, I don't want padding. I did when I did this, but now, what if I did margin instead? It would do nothing for me. Put this back to where it was just so we have the actual layout that we were working with, and then update from make. If I did... If I said grow in the X, you wouldn't really do anything. Tiny little wiggle. The columns 1, fill, position. Just for fun, what happens if I do that? Nothing. Cool. I don't see Hmm. There's the column span settings down there. But oh, okay. What if we did that and then still nothing? Set that back to 0 just because. And then if I did there's not a follows to I can't like set up like a size for the columns, like a percentage. I would need to hmm. Gap I can do. Number of columns I can do. But and I don't think I can get a hold of just the column to give it a styler, right? And this is just for a styler. I would need to rethink this a little bit. All of this goes in here. What if we said this doesn't grow on the X? Grows on the Y because we want it to, or do we? If we just said no growing. Right. Because that's the space within what everything fits. So Y for sure needs to grow. X probably doesn't matter. Then it's like it doesn't. Still has that. So maybe there's something inside of it that's growing. Stop being selecting everything. Go away, please. Thank you. So then if I came in here, frame 1, so that grows to fill that space. We put things within it. Makes sense. You don't grow, which is correct. You also don't grow, which is correct. You just need to be big enough for was super cool. It's probably because I'm messing with it in the debug. I hope. So because you don't, this grows. These all just kind of float inside of it, which is fine, but doesn't particularly help me. I think I would need to put all of these inside of another frame. Freaking out again. Let's just relaunch that. I would need to put them all inside of a frame for the whole list, right? Which I'm not opposed to, really. But if then we made this grow to its parent size, which would be that overall that contained, well, no, because this would, maybe. Let's do this first. I like this button more. It feels better up here than down here. We have this where we can set that to none, right? And that clears that. So we don't need like a delete for those. So let's just get rid of this lower button, despite all the work we did on it, to get it where we wanted it. A new thing has come along and I like it more. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That simplifies this as well, which I'm a fan of. So you just need to go delete button. This needs to go up to the expander delete. We don't know about this transit down here yet. So what we can do is move all of these down. We'll rename it as well. This, let's not put that there. Do it here. Or update data got, that's what lives up there. Kind of ugly, but it's fine for now. Let's take this. It's no longer expand or delete. It's just delete button again. And then the all that should restore functionality to deleting. So we can come in here, delete. They start going away. Oh no. That's a bug. Okay, let's do this. I need to take a quick break and open some windows because it's getting stuffy in here. I'll be right back. There we go. Get a little more airflow. All right, so that puts us back to things working more or less the way we want them. Our scrolly deal is broken. And I suspect it always was, I just didn't test it in that particular use case. And it is actually I think it's in here. There here because let's get rid of this. So we go through the list of child nodes and say if it's visible, we scroll to the last visible index. What we actually need to do we need to this scrolling needs to go elsewhere. This just needs to oh hang on. It's because we take it out of the list. That's why it's here. We make it invisible. I see. Right. Okay. So the issue is if we don't have this. If you're at the bottom of the list and you click delete, then it doesn't scroll you up. But if we do this, it just jerks your view all around. That's not good either. So what if we did this? Instead of this, do this child. If this child is transit container, don't think I can do. Is there a as widget? Is don't know if this will work. Maybe it will. So if this widget that we're on, there's got to be a better. Jesus, you just honked their horn. Scared the hell out of me. Ah. I don't know what that was all about either. I don't see anybody. I don't think anything of mine's in their way. Anyway. Yeah, right. I don't know if the horn came through on the mic or not. Sure, my jump did though. It did. Okay. Where was I before my heart attack? Yeah, there has to be a better way to get the index of the children that were in. I don't think there is. Okay. This is ugly and awful, but um so if we just invisibilized this one and if the eb dot form parent dot is there account probably doesn't matter. Oh, there's a for widget children. I don't want to do that. That gets functionally. Let's do. So if we're at the last index, and then if if the length of the children is greater than 1 and we're at the last index, then as widget, we already have this though, right? Yes. So we can just say scroll to this. Theoretically. And then that goes away. Let's see if that will, be less wonky, but also keep our stuff in bounds. So like if I come here, I delete this, then okay, yeah, nothing happens. The thing's just moved up the list. But if I'm way down here, okay. Not really. Oh, it's because we don't need this child. We actually want to do foreign parent child at the index of I minus 1 or index minus 1. Scroll to this, like so. This is messy, but we can massage it if this works. Makes me think that my equality check doesn't work, which I'm not surprised by because we're doing as widget. Okay, so let's check this. All this back to where we were. Try a different method. I'm annoyed that I even have to do this. This should be something that the framework takes care of, but such is life. I wonder if there's a better, maybe it does take care of this. Let's explore. Dot scroll stuff. Okay. Auto scroll is for specifying position. Let's render scrolls. Renders the scroll bars. Okay. Scroll changed. Scroll changed is called in the on-input event handler for updating when the scroll bar value has changed for given dimension. This is part of the layouter interface. Which, if it's firing on the scroll event, makes sense, right? But that's not what I want. Update from geometry. Updates the scroll bar for a given dimension based on the current geom.scroll value for that dimension. Can be used to programmatically update the scroll value, which is also not quite what I want. None of this is really what I want. What I could do is say, okay, this actually, we can go through them and we can get the current index by saying if it's not. Okay, so instead of the last visible index, we want the last invisible index. If it's not visible, we set it to that. At the end of that, we say last invisible index. Well, hang on. Because in the case of Hmm. What I really want is to know what this index is. But we've already established that's difficult. Because this won't work in the case of having, like, if you delete the last one in the list, then that's fine. But if you delete the third one as well, like, it's all going to keep bubbling up. But the you don't know for sure if you've scrolled it up off the screen or not, or off the, if it's wonky, essentially. We would have to We don't necessarily want to like if you're up top, we don't want to yank you down to the bottom with the automatic scroll. Scroll to box. Scrolls the layout to ensure that given rect box is in view. But this is you'd have to draw a rectangle, right, around everything, which seems silly. I want to scroll to content end blindly. Nor to center, nor to start. Content? No. Config scrolls. Scroll geometry is returns the target position and size for scroll bars, which is not what I want either. Render scrolls? Renders the scroll bars. Position scrolls. Arranges them, so that's like all the UI bits of a scroll bar. What is this? That's for stack. But update should. We're going a new layout pass with widget base.needs layout. So it's already taken care of by this. Update differs from update widget in that it updates the widget and all of its children down the tree. Also update also calls widget base.style and needs layout, whereas widget base update widget does not. Calling this a separate Go routine outside of the main configuration rendering and event handling structure, which I don't believe I meant because this is a on click, so it's an event handler in theory. Can I somehow tell? I have to cast this to a widget. Scroll to this, set state on click, delete, yada, yada, yada. Get the position. Might be something. Shown. Sans event.show to all. Okay. Don't want that. Oh, I can get index and parent. So that's a thing. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say index and parent might be what I want. We can say that the that hangs off of index and parent. Then we can say if index and parent is len eb dot form parent dot children minus 1 because it's a len, then we do and children is greater than 1, then we do eb dot not core, just eb dot form parent dot child at index and parent minus 1. Actually, this returns nil if it's out of range, so we don't even need to check the length here. That's perfect. And then we should do this for we'll do nearest visible sibling is 0. Oh wait, do we want to do that? We want to do say that you're a pointer to a widget. Or I guess we can just do Index is greater than 0. Get rid of that. But we don't want that, actually. We want to do nearest visible sibling is set to the length for nearest visible sibling. Ah, too many buttons. For nearest visible sibling greater than 0, we say if the eb.formParent.child at, and this is actually not this. This is index and parent minus 1. Index and parent, not that. Here's visible sibling. This should be greater than or equal to and then this was okay, this sibling is this. If this is not nil and this sibling why can't I call you're a node? We return a node. It's because you're a node, not a widget. As widget, this sibling is visible. If it's not nil and that, then we no, I don't want to do this. Getting confused. If we're at the last index, this isn't what I want. Because, again, we have the issue of any of these can be visible or not. That's why I was doing this last visible index stuff. So I would have to do that first. Say, hey, this is my last visible index. Then I would have to say, hey, give me the index of this thing I'm looking at. And then I would need to say if index in parent is greater than last visible index, then I do this. The scroll to the last visible index. Let's try that. That was a long walk to get there. So if I'm up here, let's just say, boop, it doesn't change crap on me. Okay, but if I'm down here, it does. Let's just double check. Yeah, it starts scrolling up. Okay. Wait, no. No, it didn't. Well, it did there, but that's the wrong condition to switch on because of what I just saw here. So where we delete things from the bottom and they start to get too small. But maybe that'll work. Scroll that to top. Oops. Kick stuff. It's good. Good for it. That's still not firing. Okay, what if we didn't do that? But instead we did index and parent. Scroll. Gotta go. Thank you. And you have a nice day too. We'll be back tomorrow where I struggle with this. It's actually a little after my quitting time normally, but I would like to get this working. So, thought there was just scroll this to end. Am I losing my mind? Oh, it's because it's No, it's not off of that. Scroll. Scroll. Dim to content end. So dimension to content end. Let's back this up. Last visible index. We scroll to that. So if we do not that, but transit container index and parent. And then we can say this index is greater than last visible index. Then we scroll. How about that? Have we been there before? Become confused. So if we're down here, yeah, that's not going to get us where we want either for that use case. It will. We could do that and say, hey, if this index is this index -1 is greater than 0, then child at this index -1, scroll to that. Then we wouldn't need any of this. And theoretically, scroll it to keep it in view. So if it is already in view, then maybe it doesn't move. Come down here, and we can say, okay, kind of. That's still Can we get... Oh, we need to do a nail check here first, basically. So we would do this. We would do nearest sibling is this. Then we could do if nearest sibling isn't nil, then and dot visible because this is where I got in trouble. This is where I got in trouble before because the you're not guaranteed that the one above it is nil, but well, let's start here and see if this makes any sense. Then this becomes as widget nearest sibling scroll or content box, I guess, and this is dot or not core, silly me, eb.form parent dot scroll dim to wait, scroll dim to end. And then I just need to be able to pull the now because I can't get the dimension, but also scroll dimension, but that's actually the scroll bar. I would need to I guess scrolling at the top wouldn't be bad. In theory. But it doesn't quite work. Okay. I'm going in circles right now. I'm gonna call it. I'll come back to this, and when I'm fresh, it'll probably make more sense to my brain. So, thank you to everybody who swung through. We'll be doing this again tomorrow at the same time. If you're on Twitch, you can see the schedule down below. Hope to see you. Love to see you. If not, hey, you have a great weekend anyway.